हेलो। हेलो।
Yeah, it's fine. चेतन है। यार चेतन वो तुम लॉगिन कर लो यूट्यूब पे। भाई तुम कहाँ बात कर रहे हो?
सर वरना वो दरवाजा आ रहा है फ्रेम में ठीक से नहीं आ रहा है। अरे बाद में लूँ तो ठीक है।
आप प्रेजेंटेशन में कुछ शेयर कर दीजिए बिकॉज वो आपका सेशन है। अच्छा कर दीजिए।
So I told Jeff you need in the exchange messages. Eight से 10 हो गए. हाँ हाँ. Okay, फिर we'll meet. Good. Then the CEO experience when done. अच्छा आज शाम को फिर
वीडियो चेक
इसमें क्या चल रहा है?
कैलकुलेशन किए जा रहे हैं और बोला है कि इनफॉर्मली पता है 10-12%.
हाँ?
इनफॉर्मली पता करो 10-12%.
Negotiation.
मेरा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है कि अगर करना है तो सबके साथ करना चाहिए, तीनों के साथ करना चाहिए.
H1 के साथ ही कर सकते हैं.
कैसे सर? अगर वो 9% दे दे, दूसरा 4% दे दे,
नहीं तो स्कोर के ऊपर है ना. तो हम नहीं, हमारी प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसी देखो, हमारी प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसी है कि हम उसी दिन से सिलेक्ट करते हैं फिर उसके साथ नेगोशिएट करते हैं. हम तो आपको सबके पास जाते हैं, हम जाते हैं हमारी प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसी में सबके पास.
अगर ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए सर आप 30% दे रहे हैं.
नहीं देखो, इफ एवरीबडी इज ओके विद कमिंग इन हियर एज पार्ट ऑफ आवर पॉलिसी और उनकी पॉलिसी फॉर्मल नेगोशिएशन करके बात करो. और फिर ये भी याद रखो कि अगर वो नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कुछ मत करो, फिर नेगोशिएट पास जाओ. ये क्लैरिटी है.
ओके सर. सर देखिए, दूसरा मैं प्रोक्योरमेंट सोचता हूँ ऐसा तो है उनको क्या ज़्यादा यूनिवर्सिटी कोई रेगुलेटरी बेसिकली इनफॉर्मल हो रहा है, पता करो 10-12%. सर अगर कल को कोई केस कर देगा,
नहीं ऐसे पता नहीं.
दैट इज व्हाट इट इज बीन टोल्ड. इनफॉर्मली पता करिए कि आपका बेसिस क्या ठहरा दूसरी का और 10-12%.
दैट इज नॉट आवर प्रोक्योरमेंट. We are call them for a formal negotiation.
वो मैंने कल ही बोला था उनको, अभी तो उन्होंने नहीं लिखा. मैं करण से बात करके वो चेयर करेंगे प्रोक्योरमेंट, उससे बात करके व्हाटएवर आवर पॉलिसी सेज वो होता है.
Ask for a formal negotiation, enrich the entire procurement committee, even their people.
उनको कहते हैं टेक्निकल कमिटी है एक प्रोक्योरमेंट डिपार्टमेंट. इसीलिए हम लोग ने जो और रेट्स थे तो प्रोक्योरमेंट
और
कमिटी
इसके पैसे कौन देगा?
किसके
ये जो 5 करोड़ 7 करोड़ रुपए की फीस आ रही है, ये जो अकाउंट में मैनुअली पैसे डालेगा उससे पे
उसी के साथ.
वो मैनुअली डालेगा.
नहीं जब वो आएगा तो वो ये है कि जब आपका पैसा
नहीं क्या वो कह रहे हैं कि हम जो आपको 100 करोड़ देंगे उसमें से पे करो?
तो देखिए आप वो तो ये लेके चल रहे हैं कि आपका 14 करोड़ तो है और भी असेंबली. दूसरा ये जैसे ही सेल होगी
14 करोड़ भी कर रहे हैं, जब पहले 100 करोड़ आ जाएंगे. मान लो कल को अवार्ड कर देंगे तो 10 लोग पैसे दे दो, आपने करना चाहिए 100 करोड़.
100 करोड़ दे दीजिए.
वो तो देंगे बट कब देंगे? अगर वो जुलाई में देंगे तो हम जुलाई में पैसे देंगे. ये होना चाहिए. एक जनवरी में कैप सेट अप्रूवल हुआ था, दिन नहीं तो वो फिर प्रोसेस पेमेंट में भी आएगा.
नहीं तो अभी तो ऑलरेडी नहीं हुआ है अवार्ड तो
रोहित सॉरी सर तुम वापस
तो बात की बात है. वो तो एवरी 15
मॉडर्नाइज
डेज.
नहीं होगी बिल्कुल. चलो ठीक है. तो द एक्सपेक्टेशन इज कि जो 40 करोड़ है वो तो अकाउंट में डालेंगे और ये जो पे होगा जिनकी फीस 18% उसी में से होगी.
जो 40 करोड़ का भी पता है लेकिन जो इतना आप सेल करोगे एग्जीबिशन का कॉस्ट वो उसमें आएगा उसी से उसी और जितने एक्सपेंडिचर तो उसी से ही निकल रहे हैं ना सर.
thanks to her in terms of her presence, but also guiding a lot of discussions around interest over solar. It's something we probably want to have in the discussion around, where does solar go and how do we, so I mean, the purpose is
Again, a great dolphin.
well, there we go. I mean, we all know the future of solar is bright. What do we need to do? And where are some of the key aspects? And so thinking, I know the members are now looking at, where, for instance, I think we should really try to push solar initiative, because I think that's the only thing that needs to be done. We haven't been using discussion on power sector investments aspects, which we now hoping to do a high-level dialogue, ministerial dialogue in Riyadh. Saudi seems quite excited about it. So definitely,
Power sector investments.
yes. So really, we've been doing a lot of work since Brazil. We have this kind of 6-pillar action agenda for processing solution with 40 actions that are included in there. Supply chains are part of that, also long-term planning, skills, and how we prevent these issues. And now we're working, which is what we've done before, there's an executive brief saying, okay, listen, everybody says there's a lot of money out there. Let me find out we have a way to catalyze it and how it's doing it in the next. We had energy ministers around, and we're going to talk about finance. Energy ministers are like, where you ask me or how to finance, that's not what I'm doing. That's a fancy energy ministers. You. Doing good, doing good. Happy to be here. I've seen more Brussels in the past this month than I have in the past 3 years, but I'm not fed up with it yet, so that's the good news.
Again, he's well covered like a true Brussels fixation.
Or Paris. I mean, it's the same thing. We had like 33 degrees 2 weeks ago, and then we're down at 14 and raining. So it's just
I traveled to Paris the day back
right.
from here. It was raining a lot, but it was cooler in Paris than
Yeah.
it was in Brussels.
Basically, at one point you want to change your wardrobe, but this year people are just stacking shorts on top of long pants because
So
it's just.
it is just great.
But looking very much forward to today's discussions. So,
Power systems investment.
yes,
Something the public is very property.
well, exactly. That's part of the work that becomes a big discussion because for me, that is to bridge that dialogue between there are financing things that need to be done, but there are also energy policy, regulation, market structures that need to be done. And the problem is the discussions never seem to be able to, we had some discussion with folks from
sectors to a coordinated procurement.
Light can awaken life, ignite hope, and shape destiny. A decade ago, that promise became a purpose. At the Paris Climate Conference in 2015, nations imagined a world powered by the sun, where every country moves forward together. From that vision emerged the International Solar Alliance, turning sunlight into shared prosperity.
Friends, in 2015, the ISA began as a small sapling. It was a moment of hope and aspiration. Today, it is growing into giant tree, inspiring policy and action.
From dialogue to delivery, ISA began with a clear conviction. No nation should be energy poor when it is sun-rich. Today, 125 member and signatory countries work under one sun, linking ambition to action and policy to people. Together, we are proving that collaboration can power transformation across cities, villages, and islands alike. It took the world 25 years to reach 1,000 gigawatts of solar. The last 2 years alone added another 1,000. By 2030, renewables are set to grow by 4,600 gigawatts, with solar accounting for nearly 80% of that expansion. These aren't just numbers. They're proof of what's possible when the world moves as one. As president of the ISA Assembly, India isn't just participating in the global clean energy transition, it's leading it. % of its installed power capacity from non-fossil fuel sources, 5 years ahead of target. That leadership has tangible impact, saving the nation nearly $46 billion in fossil fuel imports and pollution-related costs. At ISA, we're proud to carry India's solar success stories, its policy innovations, scalable models.
Hello, yes.
Countries across the
Good morning,
South,
everyone. We are ready to
real,
start.
replicable
Please
impact
settle.
As solar scales, ISA's
We'll be starting in a minute.
connecting grids, closing gaps, mobilizing finance, and
Guyana, my country, is known as the land of many waters. Oriala is a remote community.
Excellencies,
and the challenges
colleagues,
that
ladies
come
and
with
gentlemen,
providing services.
on behalf of the International
to
Solar
remote
Alliance
communities,
Secretariat,
education,
we welcome you all
help
to the opening ceremony for the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and
encouraging
others
the
region.
farmers to produce more vegetables.
May we kindly request all colleagues and delegates to take their seats. If you may also kindly simultaneously ensure that your mobile phones are on vibration, airplane mode.
Agriculture to have more income. And using
And
solar
without further
energy
ado,
is one of the ways
may
to
I
cut down the cost
invite
of production, and it
Mr.
will help
Ashish
us
Khanna,
achieve
Director General of the
increasing
International
food
Solar
security
Alliance,
for the island.
to deliver his welcome address.
Problem with during summertime, we have lots of vegetable fruits coming up. But then if we don't have a storage, then the problem would be
Honorable
during
Vice
the
Presidents
winter time from where to get
of
it.
International Solar Alliance Assembly
Solar
from Europe
Alliance
and other regions.
has come in the right time.
Honorable
So this has
Ministers,
become
Ambassadors,
a
High
good
Commissioners,
support
Honorary
to
Council and
our
other
food
excellencies.
security.
It is a pleasure to join you in Brussels for the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and other regions. I'll begin by thanking the Republic of Italy as Regional Vice President for chairing this important meeting, and I extend my appreciation to all member countries, partners, and stakeholders for their continued commitment to the work of the International Solar Alliance. Well, while I came here as my first regional committee meeting in last year, it seems as if more has happened in 1 year than often happens in decades. The world is a very different place where energy has become the centerpiece of national security, fiscal balances, and also energy sovereignty has taken a prime seat. The present energy context has made one point unmistakably clear. Energy transition is no longer only a climate imperative. It is now a matter of economic resilience, strategic autonomy, and national security. Recent disruptions in West Asia have shown how quickly a distant choke point can become a domestic economic concern, affecting households, transport systems, industries, public finances, and development priorities across the world. For policymakers, the question is no longer whether we can diversify energy systems. The question is how fast, how affordably, and how inclusively we can do so. In this Europe Regional Committee meeting, we propose to discuss 4 issues which are central to Europe and other regions. The first will relate to the question of supply chain resilience, where we'll be looking at details of what are the real opportunities for diversifying the supply chains that are essential for the world. We will also look at all new technologies, be it the role of artificial intelligence, be the role of new technologies like perovskites, BIPV, green hydrogen energy storage. And then we will dwell deep into what can an ISA-EU partnership trilaterally for Africa really entail. In that, we will discuss what is our vision for now going on a much larger programmatic space for solarizing Africa. Also, with generous EU support, we have been working on building capacity through centers of excellence in 17 countries, and we'll also discuss what is the future vision, including digitization. We really look forward to all these sessions over the next 1.5 days. In the end, I will only say, Excellencies, every crisis carries a message. The present one tells us that fragile energy systems are costly, and delayed transitions are even costlier. But every crisis should also not be wasted. It is giving us an opportunity to build a cleaner, more secure, and more sovereign energy future. Let this meeting help us move from shared understanding to shared action. Let us focus on partnerships that deliver, technologies that scale, financing that reaches the ground, and institutions that can sustain projects. At ISA, we believe the path to energy security and sustainable development point clearly towards the sun, because nobody can take away the sun, even under the worst circumstances. I look forward to these 2 days with working all of you to turn that belief into practical outcomes for our member countries. Once again, a very warm welcome, and thank you very much for coming. I will now invite Mr. Filippo Perzola, Deputy Head of Unit for Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Republic of Italy, to please address as the chair of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Director General, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, our fellow Vice President from Europe and Others region, Federal Republic of Germany, and all distinguished delegates present here today. It is a privilege to welcome you to the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and Others region here in Brussels. The Republic of Italy is honored to chair this meeting and to work with all member countries in advancing the shared mission of the International Solar Alliance. We meet at a time when energy security, affordability, and climate action are no longer separate conversations. The world is facing one of the most serious energy security disruptions in recent decades. The disruption in the Strait of Hormuz has reminded us how exposed the global energy system remains to geopolitical shocks. Under normal conditions, around 20 million barrels of oil per day, nearly 1/4 of global seaborne oil trade, transit through this route, along with around 1/5 of global LNG trade. The impact on gas markets has been particularly severe. The Middle East conflict could lead to a cumulative loss of around 120 billion cubic meters of LNG supply between 2026 and 2030. For Europe, this comes after the earlier energy shock following the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and it reinforces a clear lesson. energy resilience cannot depend on a narrow set of fuels, suppliers, routes, or technologies. This is why solar energy has become central to the global energy conversation. Global renewable power capacity increased by 585 gigawatts in 2024, with solar accounting to more than 3/4 of this expansion. Solar is no longer only a climate solution, it is an instrument of energy sovereignty, economic stability, industrial development, and access to affordable electricity. The Europe and the others region has a particularly important role to play. The European Union solar capacity reached around 338 gigawatts in 2024 and increased further to an estimated 403 gigawatts in 2025. These figures reflect the region's leadership in policy, technology, finance, grid integration, and market design. They also show how quickly solar can move from ambition to implementation when the right enabling conditions are in place. Today's agenda gives us a focused opportunity to review progress, consider ISA's future plans in the region, discuss the proposed establishment of an ISA office in Europe and the others region, and hear directly from member countries on how ISA can become more responsive, practical, and impactful. We will also take up two important conversations, one on supercharging global electrification for energy security and sovereignty, and another on diversifying solar supply chains through the CEO caucus. The fireside chat on electrification is particularly timely. Across the world, the future of energy is becoming increasingly electric, from transport and buildings to industry, agriculture, cooling, digital infrastructure, and green hydrogen. But electrification will deliver its full promise only if it is powered by clean, reliable, affordable, and secure electricity. Solar, when combined with storage, modern grid, digital tools, and cross-border cooperation, can help countries reduce exposure to imported fossil fuels and retain greater control over their energy choices. The CEO caucus on supply chain diversification is equally important. The global solar sector is expanding rapidly, but its supply chains remain concentrated. The solar PV manufacturing capacity additions remain heavily concentrated in a few markets, creating vulnerabilities linked to logistics, price volatility, trade dependency, and energy security. Diversifying solar manufacturing, critical mineral processing, technology components, and quality infrastructure is therefore not just a business issue, it is a strategic priority. At the same time, the investment opportunity is enormous. The global energy investment will reach around $3.3 trillion in 2025, with nearly $2.2 trillion directed towards clean energy technologies and infrastructure. Our collective challenges is to ensure that these capital flows not only to mature markets, but also to emerging and developing economies where the need for affordable solar deployment is greatest. Excellencies, this regional committee is a platform to shape priorities, build partnerships, and convert ambition into energy a truly 24/7 source of power. India's emergence as a global leader in energy transition in general and solar energy in particular is not merely a story of domestic ambition. In the words of our Prime Minister, who said, "The world is one family, and India's clean energy journey is not just for India, it is India's gift to the world." We are happy that India's energy transition is serving as a catalyst and as a template for the global community. India's vision of one sun, one world, one grid seeks to promote regional and global electricity grid interconnections for sharing clean energy across borders, improving energy security, and enabling higher renewable energy integration. International Solar Alliance, as the secretariat of the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, has an important role in realizing this vision. And as regards our partnership with the European Union in the clean energy domain, I can easily say that clean energy cooperation is one of the cornerstones of the bilateral cooperation between India and EU. Through frameworks such as the Clean Energy and Climate Partnership and the Trade and Technology Council, India and EU are working closely to further our strategic agenda in this space. Before I close, I would like to extend a warm invitation on behalf of the Government of India to all of you to the Bharat Renewable Energy Summit and Expo 2026, which is India's flagship renewable energy event, formerly known as the Global Renewable Energy Investors Meet, which is going to take place from 2nd to 5th November 2026 in New Delhi. The event will bring together leaders, policymakers, industry experts, and innovators on one platform with the objective of promoting international collaboration in renewable energy technologies. We will warmly look forward to your participation. In the end, I would like to thank the Chair and the Director General for their hard work in preparing for this meeting. We have a rich agenda and we look forward to productive discussions over these 2 days. I also hope that the deliberations will lead to substantial and tangible outcomes and will raise the bar further for our ambitions to take forward the global solar cooperation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think there's a 1-minute video. I request that video. I will also mention that this year's Bharat Renewable Summit, as the Honorable Ambassador mentioned, is being held in New Delhi from 2nd to 5th November, is also being co-held with ISA Assembly and International Green Hydrogen Conference, but also World Bank's Energy Storage Partnership of 40 countries. So there are 4 events being held concurrently, and we all invite you for the same. Let the video be played, please.
I now invite Mr. Isaac Valero, Head of Unit for International Relations, Directorate General for Energy, European Commission, for the keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Esteemed representatives of the International Solar Alliance, dear colleagues from the EU member states and beyond, Vice Presidents Italy and Germany, and His Excellency Ambassador, welcome to Brussels. Looking forward to working with you on what is the aftermath of a very tremendous moment of relations between the European Union and India, with the mother of all deals, or the Everest of the trade agreements that has been signed already in January. Looking forward to cooperation there and implementing this momentous agreement, where energy is definitely at the core of our trade relation and bilateral cooperation. That's why it's a pleasure for me also to be here today. It's safe to say that the European Union, together with its member states, throws all the weight and support to the regional committee meeting here in Brussels. It has become an annual tradition already. So we meet, as our colleagues have mentioned, at the defining moment of the global energy transition. And the world is changing, but I think that the direction of travel is very clear. The clean energy transition for many countries has become a necessity and not only a nicety. And that has changed the paradigm, and we have seen that in the current energy crunch, which is a fossil fuel crunch rather than energy crunch, and where a lot of member states have resorted, well, a lot of countries have resorted to short-term measures to keep the lights on, but the medium-long term is definitely the clean energy transition and homegrown energy. Since 2015, global greenhouse emissions have increased by around 8.5%, so a lot of homework to do there. In some parts of the world have decreased, but here's the sort of the delta, the challenge, and the difference. Global GDP has grown more than 40%. So we can see a decoupling of emissions and growth, economic development and growth emissions can definitely be decoupled. At the same time, global renewable energy capacity has increased around 140%, with solar energy representing the lion's share of this expansion. So the reason is very simple. Renewable energy has become an economic choice, a national security choice, and an industrial choice. And also, it has become the least expensive choice in many places, because renewable electricity production is cheaper in many places than electricity produced from fossil fuels. So this transformation has driven, above all, solar PVs, where the average global cost of electricity has fallen by around 70% since 2015. So for us in the European Union, solar energy remains at the heart of our energy transformation. And the EU, we have always tried to be a front runner when it comes to solar deployment. We are a net importer energy region in the world. So our solar generation capacity is continuing to grow and reaching an estimated of 406 gigawatt in 2025. But this transition for us in Europe has been much more than just producing clean electricity. It has shielded us from volatility and from fossil fuels and imports. And the current situation definitely cannot be compared to what Europe was in 2022 with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So for us, the deployment of clean energy has been security, competitiveness, and protecting our citizens and businesses from volatile energy prices. So, and the situation today just reinforced this message. And the instability in the Middle East and concerns around critical energy routes, such as the Strait of Hormuz, remind us that energy security cannot just rely on fossil fuel supply chains. We have repeatedly seen that countries with more diversified energy systems, including higher shares of renewables and other low-carbon emissions, to withstand global energy shocks. And these are facts. And we have seen that also in our own region here in Europe. So for us, it's clear. I mean, the lesson is that we're staying on course. We're staying on course by accelerating renewables. We're staying on course by producing more renewable energy. But of course, for us, renewable energy, producing and generating renewable energy is just part of the equation. Because to unlock all the potential, we have an immense challenge, not only in Europe, but I know that we've been speaking with many international partners on the expansion of the backbones of tomorrow's energy system, which is grids. Modern, resilient, and interconnected grids. Without that, there's not going to be an energy transition. We in Europe, we're trying to do our homework with a grids package to build energy highways for renewable energy. And we have seen that, as I mentioned, this is not a problem or a challenge for Europe alone. We want to work together with all international partners, and the European Union, together with a number of partners, will be soon launching an electrification global initiative called Electrify Now, bringing countries and organizations together to share experience and accelerate electrification efforts globally. For us, the International Solar Alliance is uniquely placed for the role of partnerships and turning ambition into concrete action, projects, and delivery. And it's a leading voice for solar energy in emerging economies, Global South, but also elsewhere. And through initiatives that have been mentioned, like Star Sea and the Global Solar Facility, the International Solar Alliance is helping countries to build capacity, mobilize investment, and create the conditions for stronger solar markets. For these reasons, our partnership with ISA is a natural one. And over the last few years, our cooperation has continued to grow, and we will be growing with hosting the regional committee here, to our practical support to the ISA initiatives, such as star centers, etc. And of course, we're pleased to see the continued leadership of France as a co-founder and co-president of the Alliance, and not to mention, of course, Italy's and Germany's key role in steering this regional committee meeting and this vice president. So, in conclusion, looking forward, we believe that the International Solar Alliance and the European Union are even greater, can play an even greater role in accelerating the energy transition. And I wish you and look forward to continued cooperation. You can count on the European Union in this regard. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valero. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all. I am grateful to all members for their continued support to the International Solar Alliance. Collaboration remains our strongest instrument in addressing global climate and energy challenges. And I am confident that at this meeting, we as an alliance will take decisive steps forward to advance our shared goals and accelerate the global solar transition. I now declare the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and the Others region open and in session now. Honorable members, the ISA Secretariat has circulated the provisional agenda for the meeting as working document 01. I request the members to provide your comments on the agenda. In the absence of any comment, I now invite the committee to adopt the provisional agenda for the 7th meeting of the Regional Committee for Europe and Others region as contained in the working document 01. So, adopted. Well, the next agenda item is the action taken report of the 6th meeting of the Regional Committee for Europe and the Others region. The meeting was held here in Brussels on June 11th, 2025. The working document provides the details of the action taken by the ISA Secretariat in addressing this committee's recommendations during its 6th meeting in 2025. The report is placed for the consideration of this committee. I would also like to invite the members of this committee to provide their comments. In the absence of any comments, we shall proceed with the next agenda item. We now take up agenda item 4, which brings together 3 important discussions on ISA's work plan for 2026 and its future institutional engagement in Europe and others region. The first part relates to ISA's updates, work plan, and future plans across its pillars, platforms, and initiatives. This work plan reflects ISA's revised strategic vision from ambition to action, approved by the 8th session of the ISA Assembly. It is structured around 4 pillars: Catalytic Finance Hub, Global Capability Center, and digitalization, regional and country-level engagement, and technology, policy, and roadmap. Together, these pillars aim to make ISA's work more implementation-oriented, country-responsive, and capable of mobilizing finance, technology, capacity, and partnerships at scale. The second part concerns the proposed establishment of an ISA office in Europe. This is a significant institutional proposal. The Europe and the others region is home to important development finance institutions, technology partners, regulatory expertise, climate diplomacy platforms, and innovation ecosystems. A regional presence could help ISA deepen engagement with member countries and partners, mobilize resources, and support implementation across regions, particularly for LDCs, SIDS, and emerging economies. In the third part, we shall have presentations by some of our member countries. I now invite Mr. Ashish Khanna, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to present the updates and future plans, along with the discussion on ISA office in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Welcome, everyone. Let me start by talking about the world that we live here right now has changed completely. We have read a lot. We are all sector experts, but maybe just a slide to tell you what the world is going through. Almost 20% of the global oil supply has been disrupted because of Hormuz, 20% of global LNG trade, 1/3 of the globally traded fertilizers, and if the current oil prices continue, we are looking at the world spending between $1 to $2 trillion of additional energy cost by 75% of humanity that lies in the import of fossil fuel countries. Now, what should be the response? I have to commend the Excellency EU Energy Commissioner, my friend Dan, who has been leading the voice on electrifying the world, including the Electrify Now plan. That is becoming even more important as EU is already spent more than 24 billion euros for fossil fuels since the crisis. 57% of energy consumed in the EU is on imported fossil fuels. There are various policy measures specifically in EU on fast-tracking clean energy based on the ETS funding for long-term resilience. There are measures for scaling up energy efficiency, clean energy deployment across households for heat pumps and solar, wind storage, but also for industries and transport, including moving ahead with circularity of critical minerals along with EV charging and sustainable fuels. We are also looking at a lot of support measures that are needed for countries, especially on the vulnerable populations, on supporting their and then the last point is on new technologies. EU is looking at not only new technologies like perovskite and green hydrogen, but also application of existing technologies like agrivoltaics, which can add food security coupled with energy security. We don't need to inform all of you here that the fastest way that the world can adhere to this energy shock is through solar. Because if you see the graph on the left, if any country were to decide for a pumped storage plant, a windmill, an electricity interconnection, nuclear, CCUS, all of them may be good in terms of your least cost generation plan, but nothing can be done faster than either a rooftop or a distributed renewable energy and a heat pump through solar. So the fastest possible ways in the short term, in the medium term in the world, all go through solar. And which is the reason why the world took 25 years to do the first 1,000 gigawatt of solar. It was done in last 2 years, and that's now actually increasing to 600 gigawatts in 2025, and we believe this is going to continue. With this, I came last year with a vision and a strategy of ISA, which is complementary to what all other multilateral institutions do, but something very unique. And after having met 140 countries over the last 1 year, we are here today to give you an update of where we stand on actual implementation. Because the world is hungry on how. They don't need a discussion on what needs to be done. We will tell you about our 4 pillars. The first pillar is on Catalytic Finance Hub, in which we have set up a global solar facility, and we'll give you the details. The second pillar related to capacity building, based on EU support on Starseas, has moved to an AI-based ISA Academy for a democratization of knowledge to all 8 billion people. We are now in an advanced institutional structure design of a global capability center based on AI and digitization. This is a demand that EU asked us for details. You will hear it today. And we also launched a global mission on AI for energy in India's AI Summit, and we'll give you details of that. On a regional and country level engagement, we have now moved ahead with One Sun, One World, One Grid, as the Ambassador of India talked about. We have moved substantially on details of real projects on small island developing states, SIDS platforms on aggregation. We have worked on now 15 country partnership strategies, and we have started a big 1 million solar pumps for Africa program, because Africa needs productive use of energy in addition to household electrification. And finally, since the fulcrum of the issues on solar is on supply chain diversification and circularity, we have initiated in our last assembly a new program on solar PV and battery waste recycling called Sunrise, and we are coming out with global analytics on a global south vision of what the future of solar may look like. Let's quickly go through. On the global solar facility, I'm pleased to report that it's no longer an idea. The final discussions of global solar facility based off India, now signing the contractual agreements with Africa Solar Facility registered in Mauritius by Africa 50, co-owned by 34 governments, is in final stages. We are looking at June end as the final signing. It will be the first phase of a $200 million facility of almost 74 million with co-funding from World Bank, Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, philanthropies like Bloomberg and SIF, and Africa 50 themselves. What is it doing? It is basically going to provide junior equity and risk mitigation support on distributed renewable energy investments in Africa. And this will be more like a private sector leveraging, where we are looking at leveraging compared to other guarantees of 1:3, 1:4, of 1:20. The governance structure of this has now been approved. We'll be set up as a GSF Global Solar Facility Executive Committee and Council headquartered in Gift City, which is a dollar hub in India, starting with the first investment. Line on this, starting with Nigeria and solar pumps program, is now advancing very well. This is an area where we welcome a contribution of $150,000 from France, but we'll be really looking forward to a partnership on both pipeline and real projects that Africa, we believe, can have billions and billions of dollars going forward. We are also now looking at what do middle-income countries need. And this is where we have started an initiative on asset monetization. The process has been initiated in India, and that's because India's 150 gigawatt of solar program, almost $150 billion of investment, has seen less than 0.5% coming from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds. So when India and the world needs huge transmission and grid investments as enablers of renewable energy, and India has a regulatory system of a 30-year contract at fixed return given on transmission, which is a classic pension fund product, yet pension funds are not investing. We're now working with 3 Indian states, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan, on creating a $1 billion worth, at least, if not more, of first phase being put in an asset monetization, sold to the market, and plowed back into the system. We had investor validation sessions in Singapore and Mumbai with all the leading private equity players of the world, and there's a very strong interest in actually moving ahead on this. We have also received interest from regional interconnections, because regional interconnections are very asset intensive. India has interconnections with Bhutan and Nepal, which are primary candidates for this asset. Last week, and there is a huge interest from Indonesia, which has launched a 100 gigawatt program of solar on the lines of India's 500 gigawatt program to also look at asset monetization. Vietnam is also a country, and South Africa and other large places in Africa are also going to be. So asset monetization for more advanced systems where the asset has been commissioned and it can then be resold is a big opportunity for renewable energy and enabling transmission. These are 2 concrete activities being channeled through Global Solar Facility. And as you will hear later on, we are pleased to report that India has, for the first time, given a $25 million grant to ISA for actually going ahead with an Africa solar facility. So there is a large investment allocated already to kickstart these programs. Let's move on to the second pillar. As a lot of support from EU, from Denmark, France, and EU have come, and now Italy as well has come from Starseas. We are pleased to report that ISA believes not only in providing training programs, but on wholesaling by setting up centers of excellence. 13 of them are already well operational, and 7 are in advanced stages, 3 in Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, and 4 that are under development. We have requests for a lot more. We believe while we are opening centers of excellence, we need to make sure that they are sustainable in terms of their business plans, leadership, and not being only donor-driven. As you know, the services for training, services for testing and measurement and standards, that is a constant request from all the countries, and also increasingly innovation and startup ideas on the context of each countries are recurring demands. What we heard was that there is a huge disruption that's going to happen in the world of energy through AI. And what we came out when we talked about an AI mission that I will mention later on is that the world of energy will get disrupted, what Amazon did to retail, because world will have millions of prosumers who will have rooftop and a battery and selling electricity to each other. To cater to those AI requirements for absorbing renewable energy, we have launched a global AI mission for energy that I'll talk, but more importantly, we also launched a global capability center, which will have 4 strategic pillars that are now under advanced development. First, data analytics and platforms for grid planning and management for solar adoption, a constant need mentioned by all countries. Financial solutions and structures, just like we talked about by the EU and the chair, how important innovative financing structures are. these will be a set of services offered to all the countries. Testing and standardization is coming as a third pillar that is being developed as a slew of programs. And finally, there will be an international center of excellence, including an ISA academy. All of them are under development and would be unveiled at our assembly in November this year. We have gone ahead with extensive sector consultations, more than 20 set of consultations with private sector and government folks, and this is now leading to a partnership for a 3-year work plan. We also heard from a lot of our low-income countries that while there is a need for training and certification for jobs, the world of AI and the world of smartphones allows democratization of knowledge. I'm pleased to report that we went through a very intensive process of talking to educational technology firms, for talking with management consultants, startups, on what kind of agentic AI tools will help give local language and local customized training for anybody wanting to know everything about solar rooftops, a solar pump, a solar park, maintenance, and doing whatever. And after a lot of primary and secondary research and a request for proposal, we have now finally awarded the assignment where an AI-based learning management system is under development and will be unveiled also at the assembly. What is very interesting about it is that when we talk to people, there's a capacity building commission in India that is training 30 million people. All of them are saying that while some form of in-person training is essential for certification, the world will go to a lot more AI-based learning management system, and therefore this is a very ambitious attempt to reach to 8 billion people where their own language, their own customization based on data available on the web will be done through AI-based learning management system. I talked about Global AI Mission for Energy. What is it? First of all, I always start by saying, why is ISA having a global mission on AI for energy? We realize whether it is some Indian states like Rajasthan or Sri Lanka, the amount of solar rooftop, once it reaches beyond a point, it creates bi-directional flow back into the grid where distribution companies are not prepared. The systems were never designed for bi-directional flows, and therefore it becomes the binding constraint for all countries and distribution utilities to absorb renewable energy. Now, the answer for that is not curtailment, as unfortunately happening in most countries, not allowing rooftops to give back, but actually automation, IT, architecture, understanding, and AI solutions that have huge use cases all across the world in the distribution system for absorbing energy from millions of prosumers who might be giving back the energy. To do that, we have come out with 5 pillars. The first pillar is on policy and regulation. We are going to work with 4 to 8 target countries. As I mentioned about capacity building, a very interesting facet we are seeing in utilities are that the electrical engineers do not understand AI and AI engineers do not understand utilities. There is a huge need for having digital academies to bring them together. Part of it is ISA Academy I just spoke about, but we are also now talking to 3 or 4 academic institutions to come out with customized training, bringing these AI and energy engineers together, where we wish to train 100,000 people over the next 4 years. A lot of use cases are the key. One of the most important debates internationally is on proprietary systems or interoperable systems. We believe the world should have interoperable systems for AI, and we have just launched a big report in February AI Summit, capturing all the AI use cases that are based on interoperable standards. I already spoke about capacity building. The final important questions on innovation, because it's very important to have innovation startups that we are actually launching. I'm on jury of some of them as well, and some bit of de-risking that might be very essential as the world focuses, I repeat, on AI for energy. And this is a very important distinction because a lot of West is talking about the data center demand, which is energy for AI, which is very important by itself. But we believe for the developing world, the game changer will be AI for energy in how the distribution systems are going to be designed. We have already started work with 6 countries on this, 2 utilities in India, Bhutan, Brazil, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, and Egypt. Therefore, it is not a concept. There are real projects on digital twins that are already on the e-marketplace, and we are close to awarding of tender for 2 of them. We've launched country partnership strategies. When we launch a country partnership strategy, it is a vision for next 3 to 5 years. The devil is always in the detail. So in these countries, we set up extended project implementation offices and have a quarterly meeting at the energy minister level on review of all programs that I lead along with a technical working group. These include a huge focus on Africa. We have Ethiopia, Uganda, Rwanda, Mauritius, Ghana, Gambia, and Senegal. In Latin America, we have Cuba and Grenada, where we are now working with Brazil through an energy transition plan study. In Asia, we have right now Bhutan and Sri Lanka. We will add either Indonesia or Vietnam next year. And in Pacific Islands, we have Papua New Guinea, Solomon, and Fiji. What does a country partnership strategy look like? Let's give examples of 2 countries. The first country is Bhutan, which some of you who might know Bhutan was completely based on hydro with 0 carbon country. So that is one of their unique points. But they decided and found that in winters and with reducing water levels, they had a huge problem with hydro. So we worked with them first on a national solar energy roadmap of 5,000 gigawatts. But it is broken down into some concrete projects. Because Bhutan has never done an IPP competitive tender, we just 2 months back helped the regulator come up with some regulatory guidelines which will enable it. And now we are working on the first competitive tender and a standardized power purchase agreement for this. We are also looking at battery storage because, as I keep telling all countries, please do not do solar without storage. And of course, transmission. We are also looking in more countries on doing agri-photovoltaic. As you remember, agri-photovoltaic is done above your crops, where we are coming out with a big report next month on different temperate climates and different agriculture products. What is the impact on agri-PV? And the potential is just enormous. Let me give you one statistic. 1% of India's arable land, if it has agri-PV above them, will generate 1,200 gigawatts of solar. So that's the kind of combination of food security and energy security that agri-PV presents. We are set up a Starseed Center in Bhutan that is now becoming a model by doing trainings for all new solar plants. We are looking at some off-grid EV charging plant for the first time, and an EV policy that is being developed in Bhutan as well. As you can see, across the value chain, we are looking on new technologies, DRE expansion, and project readiness.
Test.
In Mauritius, which had never done a solar project, we are now preparing a tender, and Reena, who's here yesterday, told me they are our technical consultants for floating solar, 18 megawatts, along with 48 megawatts.
Test.
We are working on a policy to allow solar rooftops, which we believe for all island countries are very essential. And you may consider why in a tariff of 40-50 US cents, solar rooftop is not happening. And therefore, I think we are working with a lot of island countries on how to kickstart the solar rooftop. And what is very important for Mauritius will be what I talk about in a SIDS platform. We offer 4 services. We mainly offer an e-marketplace in 9 Caribbean countries, 5 Pacific countries, and 4 Africa and Asia countries. Last year signed a joint e-procurement coming together. Their projects of 5-10 megawatts was not getting good private sector interest and very high tariffs. But once you come together and do joint procurement and learn from each other, we are now seeing the results where the first 20 megawatt solar and storage tender of Mauritius is now on ISA's e-marketplace, and we are doing investor promotion for that. And we have taken the Mauritius example to Fiji and PNG, which, as you might know, have 80–90% dependence on diesel and HFO. But they should also be looking at policy regulatory reforms and project pipelines. Along with World Bank Group, we are working together on that. And we are looking at least 500 megawatts of solar and 250 megawatts of storage in all the 6 countries, along with World Bank MEGA programs to be done together. I was in Bali just last week, and this was one of the only action agendas at COP when we were at Belém, where 9 island countries came out strongly supporting the SIDS platform. This was, as you may recall, the original intention behind setting up the ISA. Can you aggregate the demand of developing countries and make things happen there? We all know about the big vision that Honorable Prime Minister of India had on One Sun, One World, One Grid. This has now become a secretariat in ISA, and our role is to convene countries on what could be the future regional interconnections. I was in Singapore in Feb, where we are looking at India-Singapore interconnection, multiple pathways via through land or undersea subsea cables via Andaman Nicobar. Huge cost, we're looking at $13 billion, but a huge arbitrage, because Singapore pays close to 24 US cents in tariff, and the solar tariffs in India right now are about 4 US cents. So you almost have 20 cents of arbitrage if this regional interconnection were to happen. I also went to Dubai on India-Middle East, which is part of the IMEC, India-Middle East-Europe corridor, and there are feasibility studies underway, or what could be the cost, what could be, and just to tell you how complex the ecosystem of these interconnections are, if you were to give a contract for an HVDC subsea cable today, the industrial capacity to manufacture these cables does not exist, and it will take 5 years to get the order. So therefore, it's a multiple faceted issue on where the industrial capacity will come from, what is the technical feasibility of depths of up to 2 or 3 kilometers that have not happened till now, what is the economic feasibility, what are the regional market mechanisms for trade, and what kind of financing structures are really possible. We are working on convening countries across these elements. A big initiative in Africa is on solar pumps. Let me give you just one statistic that is so glaring. Only 4% of arable land in Africa is irrigated, and because they do not have funds for surface irrigation, the heads of state of Ghana and Ethiopia, when they met me last year, they said #1 problem on food security is solar irrigation. Now, India has world's largest solar irrigation program, where 16 gigawatts of solar pumps for water extraction have been solarized. And this is now a proven technology, half the cost of a diesel pump. And we are doing knowledge exchange where 6 countries from Africa have expressed a deep desire to move ahead. We are looking at Uganda, Senegal, Rwanda, Ghana, Gambia, and Ethiopia. Thank you very much. What is the envisaged impact? Just to give you another number, Sub-Saharan Africa imports $65 billion of food just last year. If only 10% of the import bill was translated to local food production, we can have 14 million electricity connections. And this is also being aligned. I spoke to the World Bank senior management on Mission 300, which is the big initiative of World Bank and African Development Bank, where household electrification must have a clear target for productive use, where solar pumps and solarization of agriculture is a no-brainer to be added as a key target. We will be using our Africa Solar Facility because a lot of countries have huge problems on financing as a critical bottleneck, because the farmers cannot pay even for 50% of the cost of the pumps, even if the government were to give initial capital subsidy. We will take the digital e-market experience there, And all our star Cs are now working on capacity building to get some of these solar pump programs going in each of the countries. This is just about financing architecture. There are different models that are being, it's a little bit of devil in the details slide, but just to give you a perspective, you can either be directly lending to the farmers, or you can have supplier anchored programs where the suppliers who are much better organized will actually absorb the subsidy and pass on those costs. Or some countries have extensive farmer cooperatives. And we are analyzing how can farmer cooperatives be encouraged to get the lending. There are questions on collateral. In a lot of these countries, the pumps are not accepted as a collateral and nobody will give their land. So these are kind of questions that are extremely important for unlocking the solar pump program in Africa. I talked about solar recycling, a huge initiative with European leadership. We have set up an advisory board that has private sector Global Solar Council, but also we have Ian Martin here as one of the core members. We have Government of India's representative on setting up an advisory board with two working groups. One is on regulatory framework, standards and design, and the second is on what are the business models and financing best practices. And right now we have 132 members that have already signed on this over the last 5 months, 47 private sector, 25 research institutions, because Sunrise requires an ecosystem creation. Ecosystem where different entities are trying their isolated pilots. Let me also tell you a fact that I got to know only after joining ISA, that 98% of all cobalt, silica, nickel of batteries and solar PV can be recycled. So if once you set up an industry of, for example, doing 20-30 gigawatts every year, your critical supply minerals can actually in 10-15 years be addressed through a very good recycling business plan. So this is a very important element, not only for environment and social issues, but for critical minerals and wealth creation, where we believe this will be a 15 billion market by 2050. We will be talking about it later tomorrow as well. Just to talk about analytical projects, we will be discussing an Africa solar strategy. And it's not only a strategy, it's a clear implementation pathways of what Africa needs to do, because it is getting less than 2% of total solar global investments currently. We rank all 127 member countries on ease of doing solar and block them into countries. This report will be released at the Assembly. We provide all the trends from a global south perspective of where the technology is headed and which technologies should be bet on by which countries. We will be releasing battery cycling guidelines in the second session in a few minutes from now, which I believe is also a huge bilateral conversation between India and Europe. We are also going to come out with a global solar waste outlook. We published the only solar research journal in the world. We published 2 issues, and the 3rd issue is coming out this year as well. Copper is a big issue for solar. There's a separate report, and we will also be launching the World Green Hydrogen Outlook next month. How we structure, as you heard, we have an assembly. Last year, we were honored to have the president. We also participated in World Economic Forum. Our founding conference was on 11th of March. And of course, we speak on all key events like COP and SEM. We have launched a new website. Allow me a minute to just show a quick video, because the world recognizes organizations only through websites. So we thought it was very important for us to redesign our website. European stakeholders have been asking us about monitoring, evaluation, and internal oversight mechanisms. We have now, probably for the first time, have a detailed key performance indicator framework that's done on a quarterly basis, and we have established a project management planning. We have an internal oversight of reviewing the programs, and pleased to report that Europe, which funded our Solar X and Star Seas program, there's a detailed review underway where the report for Solar X has been finalized and Star Sea will be finalized soon, because it's very important to have independent reviews done and the feedback coming in to our next phases as well. For gender empowerment, we have gender assessment toolkits done in 4 countries. We believe gender should be mainstreamed in all our activities. So a lot of our programs, including the Train the Trainers that is being launched this year, and we will be launching that in Bharat Innovates over this weekend by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron. 40% of all candidates have been specified as women. There are some deliverables that I've mentioned. I will end upon talking about quickly on the establishment of ISA office in Europe. This is a very important question where we seek guidance today from all the representative member countries. There are 3 big parameters that we want to talk about. First, the ISA office in Europe must be integrated within the overall ISA organogram and not stand as a separate entity. We want, second, the office to be a minimum size. We believe the first phase should be at least 4 staff members who are closely wedded on programs rather than having only a kind of a liaison structure. We have developed the terms of reference for those positions as well, relating to private sector enablement, Star Seas capacity building, Francophone development, and overall global coordination. What's the benefit? The benefits are, we believe Europe has extremely deep academic and research institutions which must have partnership with our member countries and ISA. We also believe, as you saw from Global Capability Center and Star Seas, the standards and certification are a huge element where ISA and Europe partnership is going to be very important. And finally, on innovative finance of climate and development. We believe it has huge value addition, whether it is for India on deepening the knowledge base, especially on supply chain, for Europe and other regions, as well as for all our member countries. That is clearly mentioned here. As I mentioned, what the office will do is very clear: securing funding. This, I think, is one of the key questions. Then the elements of what they will be doing is on technology, standards, and industrial cooperation, especially enabling private sector of Europe and private sector of India to work in all other countries for opportunities that exist. Phase 1 is looking of a staff strength of 4. We are very keen the decision by EU and its member countries to be communicated to us by assembly, which is early November, so that we can have the office staffed in 2027 in the first phase for next 2 to 3 years, which eventually will pave the idea for a broader engagement. We have 3 options. One option that we started discussing last year was in Paris, but there are funding constraints with only 1 position approved, and therefore that requires broader consultations. Another option will be if EU were keen to actually have the office in Brussels along with the funding. We are quite open and we don't have a preference. The third option that has opened up on the offer of UNIDO is whether Vienna is also an option. So I believe this is one of the key considerations for today, and we really look forward to the feedback from EU member states. I'll just end by saying, some of you might know, we have now 3 separate funding vehicles: a core fund, a global solar facility that is going to look at catalytic finance, and multi-donor trust fund for TA. We are pleased to report that Government of India has approved its largest ever financing of $91 million to ISA across establishment expense in core fund, $25 million for global solar facility, and a separate 100 crores or $12 million for multi-donor trust fund. We are really looking, but they gave us one mandate. They said, please get other member countries to be your partners as well. Today, the contributions from EU are very important. We value them, but they are of a much smaller amount. we really wish to deliberate further how we can deepen the partnership with EU, which is also the mandate given to us by Government of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General. I would like to invite the members to comment on the updates provided by the Director General. In the... Oh, France, sorry. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to the DJ for its very interesting and over and comprehensive presentation. It's great to see all the work that has been achieved since the last committee meeting we've had here in Brussels last year. And good morning to all colleagues. My main message, and then I will go into some more details, but is a strong message of support, as you heard from our minister by video this morning. We really consider that ISA is a very relevant and effective initiative, that it needs to continue, that the current energy and geopolitical situation in the world increases its relevance. So strong support from our side. So we commend ISA's high ambitions for the coming years, welcome the work achieved, and also acknowledge the leadership of you, Director General. On StarSea, we believe that ISA has a key role to play in upskilling officials and technicians in the use and deployment of solar energy in developing countries. So we think that the work that has been carried out in that context is of great importance, with success of the 11 existing STAR centers. We also commend the commitment to expanding the network and ensure the viability of the centers, and thank partners such as the EU, Denmark, and Italy for their financial support to the program, as well as from France. And we welcome the ongoing discussions for a new postgraduate diploma program in the solar systems and management with the INES. So strong support. Then you talked, Director General, about the Africa Solar Facility. Here again, we commend the great progress that has been achieved in the operationalization of that facility. We consider that this initiative is a key instrument to address one of the main structural challenges facing the development of renewable energies in Africa, meaning the lack of investment despite the continent's exceptional renewable energy potential. So we look forward for further details concerning also then the next steps and the operationalization of the ASF in coming month. Second, you mentioned also gender that is mainstreamed in all the activities of ISA. We think that's very positive, and we attach particular importance to the Solar for She program, which stands as a key initiative to promote women's economic empowerment through access to renewable energy. So important to have mainstreaming and important to continue in the context on that program. You also mentioned strong work that is being done on the Global Capacity Center and AI, very important in the context. Thank you for the details that you gave this morning that were very useful. And also then we would be keen to have more information on the planned implementation calendar of the different phases and action that you highlighted this morning. Last on my side, but not least, the European Office of ISA. You requested us to come on that. So on our side, we are very much favorable to the opening of an ISA office in Europe, which would help reinforce the alliance's tie with European public and private institutions, including academia, so we think it's important. We also think that office needs to be fully integrated in the overall governance structure of ISA. So the office should be placed under and report directly to the DG of ISA. We think it's an important element. So thanks for the concept note you circulated. On our side, we have had a preliminary discussion with you on the prospect of establishing the office in Paris in the new offices of the Agence Française de Développement. We have decided to second a director level position should the office eventually open in Paris. So that would be our contribution. However, we would have some constraints in providing further financial support beyond that secondment of a director level position, but open to keep discussing the matter with both ISA Secretariat and European partners. Thank you very much.
Germany, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, DG. I can also only echo the voices, the words from the colleague from France. It's very impressive to see the progress you have made in the first year. Of course, building upon the shoulders of the Secretariat, and there I think we all thank you very much. On the content, very many of the aspects that the colleague from France raised, I can also only echo. I have some more specific questions that came out of the ministerial study of all the background documents, and I'll ask you and hope get some more information either within this setting or in future discussions. On the catalytic finance hub, last year we were already discussing if there could be a more detailed information session on the African Solar Facility. I wanted to follow up on that, if that still would be an option. Like I would, if I understood France correctly, they would also more dedicated discussion on that. You mentioned ISA is in the process of developing a pipeline of projects under the solar facility. There it would be good for us to better understand what the role of ISA is in developing this pipeline of projects, what actors you are engaged with, and how these projects then shall be financed and how they are selected, kind of like that background. On the topic of regional and country level engagement, you mentioned the detailed project reports. There we were asking if you could elaborate a little bit more on the process a DPR entails, what the selection criteria for the different DPRs are, and what guiding principles you have for creating such a DPR. On the technology roadmap and policy pillar, you mentioned the Sunrise and there on outreach and advocacy activities. I wanted to understand if there is throughout the coming days a dedicated information about Sunrise, or if it would be possible to follow up there bilaterally. Glad to hear about the Global Solar Waste Outlook. In the past, Germany supported an IRENA and IEA PVPS study on that topic. Maybe it would be valuable to follow up with these two organizations, and we are happy to assist there with putting you in touch. Last but not least, on the Global Capability Center and digitization, you mentioned GCC strategic framework, and there I wanted to understand if it's possible, if it's accessible, available for the member states. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I now request the Secretariat to take note of the comments of the members, and I now would like to move to the next section, to member countries' presentations. So, please. There are few countries that
Moldova.
They are supposed to present. Moldova.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director General, and dear members of the ISA Secretariat. I also like to join all the messages of support to all the work of ISA and for acknowledging the work and all the leadership. I would like just to share a bit on the case of the Republic of Moldova. And from the past meeting to today's meeting, we have a big leap of progress, especially on everything what is on the solar energy and on renewables. And for us, it's that case when a challenge becomes a real opportunity. And it really helped to foster economic growth and to eliminate the dependence on the Russian fossil fuel. In March, the Republic of Moldova reached the milestone of 1 gigawatt of total installed renewable energy. And this represents a 12-fold increase in just 5 years. We've been jumping from 3% 5 years ago to 24.5%. And we have the ambition of our National Energy and Climate Plan to increase this share to 31% by 2030. And from the 1 giga, the solar has the biggest share of 760 megawatts from total capacity, and it's also increasing with every auction we have. We have the priority now of co-location of generation and storage, and this is super important for us for reducing the challenges of we have on the grid and the curtailing of the renewable energy supply, and the battery storage is the biggest in a way priority. We have the kind of the challenge of the peak hours, and this is why we also work on increasing our interconnections on electricity, but also to have the battery storage kind of increased. This is part of all the auctions now, and it's also a part of the de-risking mechanism and all the investments in a way, the priority to focus on that. We have the priority now of the de-risking mechanism of 40 million from the total, and with the goal to attract 500 million euro worth private investment. We just had last week the investment conference where we managed to prioritize for the renewables and for the solar energy 380 million euro for the private and also for the work of the EFIs. So we'd like to further work and continue on that. And we count on the further cooperation of ISA, and especially in the areas of accessing further de-risking and concessional funding, as well as technical assistance for integration of battery energy storage in our grid. And we also resonate with the priorities that have been shared on the digitalization and including of AI into the work and cooperation. And for us as Moldova, it's on the path of accession to the European Union. We are very open to learn from the best practices from the member states. But I think here also the beauty on the best practices and experience of ISA is also to learn from other experiences and best practices around the world. And in the same time, how to embrace and to integrate this, and then our experience also to be shared to other parts of the world. Being a small country and not covering the entire map, being part in this type of frameworks and exchanges, it really makes an added value. So we're very much looking forward to enhance cooperation and also to learn, but in the same time to share. Thank you.
Thank you to Moldova. I now invite Spain to give its presentation. Thank you. Spain, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate the Director General and the Secretariat for the progress done by the agency, and also thanks for the opportunity to address my colleagues in the meeting. Let's see. Oh. Oh, sorry, I'm messing everything up. Green button, okay. Okay, no, Espectacular, thank you. This is really capacity development on the spot. So it's a great honor to share with you today Spain's progress and ambition in the solar industry, which stand as one of the main engines of our national energy transition. In a period marked by geopolitical instability, energy price volatility, and the need to strengthen strategic autonomy, Spain's experience confirms that solar photovoltaic is one of the fastest, most affordable, and most effective response to accelerate the energy transition and ensure energy security. Spain has consolidated its position in solar photovoltaic energy thanks to its exceptional solar resources, a solid and evolving regulatory framework, and sustained political commitment. Looking ahead, Spain has set ambitious targets for 2030 under the National Energy and Climate Plan that aims to have 76 gigawatts of installed capacity of solar photovoltaic, including 19 gigawatts of prosumers, achieving 81% renewable energy electricity generation, and increasing the share of renewable energy in final energy consumption to 48% by 2030. And we are making real progress. In 2025, renewable sources accounted for 55.5% of the total electricity generation. Solar photovoltaic reached a record of 50.2 terawatt-hours of generation, 12.5% of the total generation. But if we sum the generation from prosumer, self-consumption, we reach a total of 21.3 supply of the demand with solar photovoltaics. Also, in 2025, Spain added 8.8 gigawatts of new solar PV capacity, reaching nearly 50 gigawatts of total installed PV capacity, making solar PV the largest technology in the Spanish power system by installed capacity, with around one-third of the total capacity, in fact, 33.8%. Self-consumption has become one of the main drivers of solar growth, with an accumulated capacity of 9.3 gigawatts, supported by a new regulatory framework to facilitate collective self-consumption project and distributed storage. This performance places Spain as the second largest solar market in Europe by cumulative capacity and the 7th worldwide. In the field of solar PPAs, Spain maintained its European leadership and showed strong resilience despite market deceleration. However, the next stage of solar deployment requires not only increasing capacity, but also ensuring its full integration into the energy system. Behind the meter and utility-scale storage will be essential to ensure the sustainability of the solar growth. Spain is working intensively towards the target of 22.5 gigawatts of storage capacity. Spain already has the capacity to produce up to 65% of the value chain of the photovoltaic plant. So for us, it's also green industrial development with a strong capacity in investor, trackers, structures, and plant design. We keep working on technological sovereignty and sustainable access to critical raw material aligned with the European Commission Critical Raw Materials Regulation. To continue accelerating solar photovoltaic, Spain supports programs covering the entire value chain, as the program RenoIn, that provides grants to promote innovative projects such as agrophotovoltaics, floating PV, and collective self-consumption, or the Renewable Program, providing grants to strengthen industrial capability and domestic manufacturing, or the RenoCicla program to foster circular economy solutions for renewable energy equipment. Spain is also developing renewable accelerator zones in line with the Renewable Energy Directive to facilitate renewable deployment by accelerating permitting in sustainable areas, including degraded industrial and urban land. Turning to the socioeconomic and environmental benefits of the solar sector in Spain, it has reduced dependence on fossil fuel imports, strengthened energy security, and contributed to lowering wholesale electricity price volatility. The sector avoided 17.7 million tons of CO2 emissions. It also contributed 4.6 billion to Spain's GDP and support around 147,000 jobs. At the same time, Spain is fully aware of the challenges associated with a power system with increasing shares of variable renewable generation, and we are eager to exchange experience with countries facing similar situations. Large-scale solar integration requires grid stability and flexibility, expanding interconnection, accelerating the deployment of energy storage. We are also addressing emerging challenges associated with the high solar penetration, such as curtailment and periods of zero prices. Through new market approaches, additional storage deployment, and demand-side flexibility, we believe we can overcome these new challenges. I would like to conclude by reaffirming Spain's commitment to international cooperation within the framework of the International Solar Alliance towards our shared goal of accelerating an affordable, secure, and sustainable energy transition for all nations. In this regard, Spain's priorities to cooperation with ISA include supporting impact-oriented initiatives aligned with existing effort, ensuring efficient use of resources, strengthening industry engagement, and stakeholder coordination. In particular, Spain aims to promote innovative and inclusive solar solutions, including new deployment models, local value chains, social acceptance, and circular economy approaches. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to Spain. Next country is Romania. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Mr. General Director. Romania officially joined the International Solar Alliance as a full member this year, signaling a robust commitment to advancing solar energy and contributing to global climate action. The framework agreement of the ISA being formally signed by the President of Romania. Romania is currently undergoing one of the most dynamic renewable energy transition in Central and Eastern Europe, with solar energy emerging as a central pillar of the country's long-term energy strategy. Over the past several years, Romania has experienced accelerated growth in photovoltaic generation capacity, particularly in the residential and commercial sectors, while also expanding investments in utility-scale renewable projects, battery storage technologies, and electricity grid modernization. This transformation has been driven not only by the European Union's climate objectives and decarbonization commitments, but also by the broader geopolitical and economic realities that have highlighted the importance of energy security, supply diversification, and domestic generation capabilities. Romania's participation in the 7th meeting of the International Solar Alliance provides an important opportunity to present the country as an increasingly significant actor in the regional energy transition. Romania is in a position to demonstrate how accelerated solar deployment, combined with investments in digital infrastructure, storage technologies, and transmission modernization, can contribute simultaneously to climate objective, economic competitiveness, and long-term energy resilience. Romania's energy mix is one of the most balanced and independent in the European Union, based on 4 main pillars: hydro, nuclear, fossil fuels, gas and coal, and renewables, wind, solar. National production ensures the country's energy independence and has a high degree of decarbonization. The share of resources in the national system varies in real time depending on weather and consumption conditions. Romania's electricity generation mix in 2025 reflects a continued transition toward low-carbon energy sources while maintaining a diversified portfolio of generation technologies. Renewable energy sources and nuclear generation are increasing year by year, demonstrating the country's efforts to strengthen cleaner form of electricity production and reduce dependence on carbon-intensive fuels. In 2025, approximately 66% of Romania's electricity was generated from low-carbon sources. Hydroelectric power remained the largest contributor, accounting for 24% of total generation, despite its decrease compared to the previous year. Nuclear energy represented 21% of the energy mix, contributing to play a crucial role in providing reliable, low-emission-based low electricity. Renewable energy sources also gained importance, with wind power contributing 12% and solar power 5% of total electricity generation. Although solar energy's share may appear modest, it represents one of the fastest growing segments of Romania's energy sector. The expansion of photovoltaic parks and the rapid increase of the number of residential and commercial prosumers have significantly boosted solar generation capacity across the country. Solar energy has become increasingly important in Romania's transition toward the greener electricity system. Favorable investment conditions, declining technology costs, and European decarbonization policies have encouraged the deployment of a new photovoltaic installation. In addition to utility-scale solar farms, thousands of households and businesses have installed rooftop panels, contributing to the 1,770 gigawatt of electricity injected into the grid by prosumers in 2025. As a result, solar power not only increases the share of renewable energy in the national energy mix, but also promotes energy independence and resources pressure on conventional generation sources during peak daytime demand. Another important development in 2025 was the growing role of battery storage systems, which generated 184.66 gigawatt during the year. Energy storage improves grid flexibility and supports the integration of intermittent renewable sources such as solar and wind power by balancing fluctuation in production. The expansion of solar energy has accelerated amid the energy crisis in European funding, becoming a strategic pillar for the economy and national security. Here are the main developments. Massive growth of prosumers. In order to reduce costs and achieve energy independence, the number of prosumers reached approximately 322,000 at the beginning of the 2026, with an installed capacity of over 3.7 gigawatts. Development of large-scale projects. Investments in large photovoltaic parks are driven by support schemes, European funds, and decarbonization objective of the industrial sector. Solar energy, about the solar energy and the energy security. Romania has the key structural advantages for accelerated solar development, favorable solar irradiation and significant land availability, growing interconnection capacity with neighboring countries, rising investor confidence, positioning the country as a top emerging market in Southeast Europe. The priorities for the renewable energy for Romania in the future are grid modernization and system integration to maintain network stability, manage variable outputs, and handle cross-border flows. The system requires enhanced flexibility. Romania is addressing these needs through key investment, infrastructure updates, digitalization, AI, resilience. Romania recognizes that successfully integrating large-scale, decentralized renewables depends equally on physical grid upgrades and advanced digital capacities. A major development in Romania's energy transition is growing deployment of battery storage alongside solar installation. Romania views storage technology as vital for the next stage of renewable integration. As intermittent solar power grows, battery systems are essential to improving grid balancing and overall system resilience, reduce risk for shutting down of excess solar power, stabilize the network during output fluctuation. Looking ahead, Romania may use the International Solar Alliance meeting to advocate for accelerated storage investment, new financing mechanism, and energy management innovation. Furthermore, the country supports international cooperation to build resilient supply chains and battery manufacturing capacities, recognizing that long-term energy security now depends heavily on industrial and technological strength. Thank you.
Thank you to Romania. Due to time constraints, I invite members to speed up as much as possible their presentations. So now I give the floor to Luxembourg. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Didi. First, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this meeting, also for all what you achieved, what ISA has achieved in last year. Thank you. We are now, since a few months, full member of ISA, so we would like to give a quick presentation what the developments are in Luxembourg regarding solar energy, what the challenges are, and also what we do to tackle these challenges, maybe give you some insights, what can be done in the future. So it's the green one, yes. So what are our targets in Luxembourg? Thank you. We are basically bound by the RED III targets of 42.5 consumption of renewable energies in our total consumption. So what do we have in Luxembourg? We basically have wind, solar, and biomass. And biomass is pretty much, the goal has been achieved. So we are now heavily focusing on wind and solar in the deployment of the renewable energies. So what does this mean for Luxembourg? Basically, so the numbers are not very small because we are quite a small country. So basically by 2030, so this is a mistake, it says 2023, but it's 2030, we want 1,200 megawatts of solar energy in Luxembourg. So basically, this is also a political target, and we probably will achieve this this goal. So here are some numbers. What has happened in Luxembourg in the last 8 years? Basically, in the beginning, here you see 2017, it has been stagnating, and then after the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, with the surge of the electricity prices, we also saw that now photovoltaics are much more lucrative than before. So we now see in Luxembourg since 3-4 years a boom in deployment of solar energy. We probably see a peak that has been reached now. I mean, it's basically what we also see in Europe, what we see in Luxembourg. We anticipate that it will probably go down a bit in the next years. But regarding our political goals, we will probably achieve the targets we have set for 2030. Last slide. So basically, what do we do to deploy photovoltaics in Luxembourg? So we have heavy subsidizing of small residential installations. Since this year, we have also a pre-financing scheme for smaller installations. So basically, you get the money in front from the state even before the installation is built. We have heavy subsidizing of communal projects, basically for buildings, for parkings. We also have large-scale tenders for bigger solar installations. We have investment aids for example, parking lots, industrial buildings. We have OPEX aids for the same buildings, for the same parking lots, and maybe because of this discussion about agri-photovoltaics, we have this since 3 years in Luxembourg. Now we started a third tender in Luxembourg for agri-photovoltaics. It's basically you combine agriculture, you combine biodiversity with deployment of solar energy. And we have seen quite considerable numbers here for large-scale installation, so it's pretty interesting development. So I've talked about that we've been now at the peak, so we have already large deployment of renewables. So what are the challenges? And they are quite heavy. So basically we want to have a flexible use of the grid to reduce grid constraints. That is what we are working on. We are heavily looking into electricity storage. That has been also going since a few years in Europe. It has become very, very important. And also we want to further increase grid capacities, because now the deployment has been so fast that we see small grid constraints here and there. So we basically, as a country, we invest in the grids. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Luxembourg. Now the floor goes to Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'll try to get through quickly. Good morning once again. My name is Tobias Rinke from the Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. And I will take a bit more of give you an overview of where Germany stands on renewables in general, our targets, current status, and the policy priorities shaping the road ahead. Thank you very much. Try to be close to the mic. I'll do that.
Thank you.
I'll start with the framework, what Germany has committed to legally and politically. Germany operates under binding climate legislation. Our Climate Protection Act requires a 65% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 relative to 1990 levels, with full climate neutrality by 2045. On the electricity side, the Renewable Energy Sources Act, the EEG, sets a clear pathway: at least 80% of electricity from renewables by 2030 and close to 100% by 2035. One policy shift worth noting, the current government has stepped back from some of the more prescriptive sectoral targets of the previous administration, specifically the goals of 15 million electric vehicles and 6 million heat pumps by 2030. The focus is now more on enabling frameworks and cost reduction rather than strict numerical mandates in every sector. So where do we actually stand? Somehow the colors are a bit difficult to read, but or mixed up. Between 2019 and 2025, Germany's electricity mix has shifted substantially towards renewables, even as overall generation volumes fell, partly reflecting the efficiency gains and reduced industrial demand. Renewables now cover more than 55% of gross electricity consumption, up from 40% in 2019. And another historic milestone in 2025, solar generation surpassed electricity generation from lignite for the first time. These are structural shifts, not one-off results. In 2025, we added another 21 gigawatts of renewable capacity in a single year, 60.4 gigawatt of solar alone. Looking at the seasonal patterns within 2025, nothing is really surprising. However, it illustrates the variability patterns. Generation peaks in winter month, January at almost 46 terawatt hours when heating and lighting demand is high. Summer months dip somewhat to roughly 36 terawatt hours in August, though solar contribution is visibly larger in the middle of the year. This reinforces why grid flexibility and storage are central to our challenges, which I'll come back to. Also, just a quick look at this chart where the renewable share of total electricity month by month is shown. Annual average was 57%, but the range, as you can see, is dramatic. It's interesting for 2 points. In June, 3/4 of Germany's electricity coming from renewables in a single month. It shows how close we can get to our 2030 target under favorable conditions. But the average and other months show you how far we still have to travel to get there consistently year-round. After looking at the power sector, 2025 also saw important milestones in the broader energy transition. For the first time, heat pumps outsold gas boilers. On transport, EVs reached 90% of new car registration. And Germany's public charging network now exceeds 200,000 points with 9 gigawatt of installed capacity. This matters not just for emissions, but electrification further strengthens the case for renewable energy, also from the aspects of energy security and import dependency. After painting this picture of what is going right, I want to highlight some of the challenges. Grid congestion, as also the other colleagues mentioned. In Germany, renewable capacity is expanding faster than the grid. The core problem is geographic, with the generation happening not at the consumption centers, resulting in redispatch costs. In the case of Germany, this reached nearly 3 billion in 2024. That's a significant system cost that ultimately falls on consumers and industry. Storage is the other gap. There's the large pipeline of storage projects that are stuck in the grid connecting queues. Let me finish with some thoughts on the current priorities of our government. As I mentioned earlier, central energy policy priority is reducing electricity costs. The commitment is to cut the costs by at least 5 cents per kilowatt hour for all consumers, with the different steps mentioned in the slides. I think here, just to highlight the point, for us the geopolitical backdrop matters as well. The Russia-Ukraine war and instability in the Middle East have reinforced the political case for energy security alongside cost reductions. I mentioned the Climate Protection Act and the EEG at the beginning. There are two major legislative developments in the country. On the one hand, we are legally bound to reform the Renewable Electricity Act, which will expire at the end of 2026. So there, the envisioned shift is towards two-sided contracts for differences, so that operators receive support when market prices are low, but also must return an excess profit when prices are high, to better align with incentives and market the incentives with market conditions. There, the cabinet is expected to pass that law in the summer. For the Climate Protection Act, we have this climate action program where each government has to demonstrate how it will close the gap to the 2030 target. This program was adopted by the cabinet in March. Program contains 67 measures. However, recently the responsible committee for the review rated the program as insufficient, and the government has to suggest additional measures. In the interest of time, I would leave you with a study of the slides. If you have further questions, feel free to follow up with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Germany. I think that now maybe France wants to take the floor. France, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll be very brief due to time constraints, and I will skip the PowerPoint presentation. But just to say that on the French side, at national level, we are accelerating solar PV deployments. So in 2025, we had 27.9 gigawatts of installed solar power capacity. And that same year, the production of solar PV electricity reached a record high at 32.9 terawatt-hour, which means an increase every year since 2010. The French multi-annual energy planning provides for a threefold increase in installed solar photovoltaic capacity by 2035. And regarding the energy transition more broadly, France introduced its national roadmap for transitioning away from fossil fuels at the first international conference on the matter held in Santa Marta, Colombia last April. So that's for the national level. Now, second, for the international action. So at the international scale, we also support the deployment of solar power. Beside the incredible work of ISA, our bilateral cooperation agency, AFD, has engaged about 1 billion euros in loans for the period 2016-2025, so in around 10 years time frame, for the development of solar photovoltaic power plants and related infrastructures. And those infrastructures represent about 800 million waters of installed capacity. 81% of this financing has been allocated to Africa, 13% to Latin America, and 6% to Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you to France. I would like to thank Moldova, Spain, Romania, Luxembourg, Germany, and France to give the presentation. Now the floor is open to comments of the members on all presentations. In the absence of any comments, I would like to give the floor to the Director General to respond to Germany's comments on the updates and information on future plans you kindly provided.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to also begin by thanking France, Germany, Moldova, Spain, Romania, Luxembourg, again Germany and France for all your support. These are deeply appreciated. On some of the questions that Germany raised, I want to assure you that some of the aspects will be dealt in the sessions. There is a detailed session on Sunrise tomorrow. On the Africa Solar Facility, you will hear a lot more about the trilateral collaboration where we have expanded the whole scope of how the Africa solarization would work and how does Africa Solar Facility fit in there. On DPRs, the devil is in the detail. On any country, whichever project you are asking for, we'll be very happy to discuss with you what regulatory framework, how contractually and how PPAs are being designed in those countries. We'll be very happy. And you will get a lot more discussion on GCC tomorrow as well in the session. I will like to mention that from everyone what you have said, first of all, I want to thank you and congratulate you on expanding solar. Every one of you have said how solar is expanding in your countries. It's integral as part of your energy security and national security. The 4 concerns that I heard from all the countries, I will reiterate. We are hearing on how critical storage will be. And we are working on some countries based on their request, but let me tell you what those features are. A, storage has to have a clear policy at generation end, including the regulatory frameworks for looking at round-the-clock and evening peak tenders. Second, we are increasingly seeing a detailed guidelines on behind-the-meter at consumer-level storage principles. Third, for distribution-level stabilization and ancillary services, we are seeing a lot of countries doing distribution-level storage projects as well. This is a combination. Based on your market structures and others, you'll need a combination. Second, all of you are asking about the importance of solar storage transmission done through digitization. I cannot overemphasize all your issues on stability of the grid and resilience and curtailment require an extensive work on flexibility and digitization. There is a lot of use cases on what AI can do, what digitization can do in terms of SCADA, DERMS, distribution renewable energy management systems, and digital twins. We are very happy to share. Third is on resilient supply chains. This is a core focus of a just discussion. And finally, the question of new applications of existing technologies like agriculture PV, like BIPV I didn't hear, but I can tell you, for us it's the future in developing world, and about new technologies, especially on storage. we are coming out with a report which is looking at how does technological readiness level, market readiness level, and commercial readiness level will redefine storage beyond lithium-ion batteries and pump storage hydro, what everyone is doing. And this is a very important space. I think Europe especially should prioritize on how you can innovate in coming out with frontier storage technologies. Thank you very much once again. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Director General. Now we can proceed to the next item, which is a fire chat between Ms. Alessia Clocchiatti. Welcome, Alessia. She's team leader, Director General of Energy of the European Commission, and the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. The fire chat is on supercharging global electrification, securing energy security and sovereignty. The discussion comes at a very important time. Across regions, countries are working to meet rising electricity demand while also reducing exposure to imported fossil fuels, price volatility, and geopolitical uncertainties. In this context, electrification is not only a climate pathway, it is also a pathway to stronger energy security, greater resilience, and more sovereign energy choices. Solar energy has a central role in this transition. When combined with modern grids, storage, digitalization, distributed renewable energy, and cross-border cooperation, it can help countries expand access to clean electricity in a manner that is affordable, reliable, and future-ready. This fireside chat will bring together policy, technology, and investment perspective to explore practical solutions. So now I give the floor to Ms. Alessia Clocchiatti and the Director General to share their views, insights, and help us identify pathways for accelerated and secure electrification. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also want to just clarify that we also have Bruce Douglas, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Global Renewable Energy Alliance also, because it'll be great to hear the EU perspective and the private sector perspective on this fireside chat. In the interest of the time, we'll probably not take 20 minutes, but maybe 15 minutes. I will ask 2 questions to both of you and be as provocative as possible because the world requires a lot of frank conversations. So if I may start with you, Alessia, I think Electrify Now is such an appropriate title of what needs to happen in the world now. What everyone has been asking is, it makes complete common sense to actually do, but it's not happening in spite of the crisis. So tell us a little bit, what's the thinking in EU right now on what would be a clear, tangible sets of next 6 months to a year of what Electrify Now may actually entail? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Director General, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And indeed, I think that the fireside chat on electrification is very timely at the moment. Before going into Electrify Now, I think you have read the press of the COP31 presidency announcement of a global target of 35% by 2035. I'm sure that Bruce will also elaborate a bit more later. But all signs are converging towards the same direction. The whole world is talking about it. And it's quite fun in a way that we started to talk about electrification a bit more substantially back in Belém at COP30 when we had a very good ministerial on the doubling and tripling of the doubling and tripling pledge of COP28, the first global stocktake. And then everybody was saying, okay, what's next? What do leaders need to discuss next year? And electrification came up as the topic, very much converging everybody. So we started to work on this initiative that then we called Electrify Now, with the COP31 presidencies of Turkey and Australia, and with the COP32 presidency of Ethiopia, together with the United Kingdom. And then what happened is that the crisis hit, yet another crisis, because to be honest, in the last 5 years, we have seen a number of crises coming our way, and Europe has been very much exposed to the vulnerability of the fossil fuel imports, so we really lived it on our skin. And there we have really decided to reshape this initiative that we were developing around the energy security, energy resilience, affordability, energy access, etc. So in a way, this initiative was born more as a climate environment initiative in the framework of COP, and it has moved very quickly into an energy security, and I would say even generally national security, economic security topic. So this has been a big shift of the last months, and we have seen that this trend is just continuing and increasing. So that's a bit the context. Also, Electrify Now comes in a moment where the European Union is also doing its homework, because we have worked in the last years on our legislative measures, on the targets. Most of you are from Europe, so you are very aware of this. But there was a lot missing. That's why we came out with the GRIDS package last year. It's under negotiation at the moment with the co-legislators, and we will soon present an electrification action plan where our president has promised an ambitious target. It's still under discussion, but we do hope it's gonna go in the most ambitious direction. So in a way, Electrify Now, what does it want to do? It wants to elevate the topic at the highest possible level in the international agenda, and not only the international energy agenda or the international climate agenda, but the international leaders agenda, because it has to be seen as a topic that goes beyond our bubble, our climate, energy, environment bubble, but it has to talk to everybody, so to the financing, to the economic, to the defense, to the security. It has to be a whole of government approach where everybody has to understand why we have to move into that direction. So that's the main objective of this initiative. Concretely, what we want to do, we want to showcase what we are already all doing. ISA is an excellent example of concrete initiatives that are happening all over the world on scaling up solar generation. A lot is happening all over the place. The thing is that it's not that visible all the time. So our work is to take everything that is out there, bring it together and elevate it, so that leaders can really speak with one voice and really show that that's the way to go. The other thing that we hope is going to happen is that in the next couple of years, electrification will really be scaled up. That's why we are working closely with financial institutions, where we hope that more investments from both public and private sector are gonna flow in that direction, and of course with industry. And Bruce has been working quite a lot in the last months also to put together an industry campaign on electrification. So I would stop now in the interest of time, and then I can further elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. So Bruce, from a private sector perspective, give us a framework. It's a crisis. Great opportunity to go from 20% primary energy electrification to at least 35%. What needs to happen when you say from the private sector perspective on policy, regulation, incentive, or financing or de-risking?
Thank you, Director General, and Ashish, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. As Alessia said, we've been working very closely with governments and the European Union over the last 6 months to develop this electrification initiative. I was actually in Bonn 2 days ago with Minister Karam and Minister Bowen, the two COP president designates, in the announcement of this target. The target, let me be clear, is extremely ambitious. 35% of final energy use, so not useful energy, final energy use is very high. We as the private sector, of course, support it. We've been working for many years on the supply side, the generation, and as mentioned on grids and storage. But this critical discussion about demand needs to take place. This is the fastest and most effective way to transition away from fossil fuels. It creates long-term structural decline in fossil fuel demand. As you see on the screen, there's a range of different electrification rates across the countries, so all starting from different levels. I will just quickly, that's the 35%. So it requires increasing from 0.3% increase per year to 1.3 per year. And as you say, not much is happening at the moment, Ashish. In fact, for 100 years, we've been electrifying the energy system, and we're at 23% today. We need to go to 35% in the next 10 years. Put it in context, China has increased 10 percentage points in the last 10 years. So is it possible? Yes. Is it difficult? Yes. I think the question, as you rightly ask, is what needs to be true in order for this to happen? And there's 4 things we would ask for. One is very clear national plans. So locate electrification in the center of your energy transition plans. So it's both supply and demand. The second is work on taxes and subsidies. In many European countries, the taxation on electricity is still 3 or 4 times what it is on gas. That needs to be balanced. Simply move, I say simply, it's much different, move the taxation on electricity to general taxation. Also balance subsidies would be a good move. The third is grids and storage. I won't go into that in detail. It's been covered many times. Clearly, to get the abundant green electrons to the demand side needs to move them in time and location using grids and storage. And finally, and really importantly, is the workforce. This target will require significant uptick in skilled workers. The good news is that 75% of the energy system can already be electrified cost effectively with existing technologies. And if you do that, you remove 70–80% of the emissions. If you've not seen it, this electrification staircase is on our website. This gives you a guide as to what can be electrified now cost effectively and what can be in the future. That bottom step, which is passenger cars, 2- and 3-wheelers, congratulations to India, 60% of your 3-wheelers being purchased today are electric. Just step A is 50% of global emissions. Electrify that and you halve emissions from those sectors. Thank you, Ashish.
So we'll have one quick round of questions again, and maybe I'll start from Bruce this time. Bruce, great 4 clear points: clear national plans, remove distortionary taxes and subsidies, come out clearly on grid and storage, and talk about the job aspect of skilling. Let me ask a little bit more of a difficult question. I feel everybody wants to do solar and storage. The problem is industrial policy, or where are they being made? If there was a good answer for that, I can assure you your 1.3% pace will be done. So we are having multiple goals that become very difficult to optimize. Otherwise, everybody would have done electric vehicles. We all know the reason why there is a brake on electric vehicles. In that multiple variable equation, what needs to change in next 6 months to come out with a very clear dent on industries, transport, and households? And let me give a little bit of a pointer. What is the role of new technologies like green hydrogen, like BIPV, in pushing a lot of this rather than looking only at existing technologies?
Great question, Ashish, and quite difficult. I mean, industrial policy is central to this. In our title of our organization is the Global Renewables Alliance, so you can imagine we're open to all global markets. I'll give you two statistics. 75% of electrotech, that's supply and the demand side, EVs, batteries, is controlled and manufactured in Asia. 75% of the world's population live in countries who are net importers of fossil fuel. So there's 2 opportunities/challenges. To your point, industrial policy, we're sitting in Europe, and I understand, the wish of countries as this develops to 35%, the $1 trillion opportunity needs to be captured by those countries as well. I would say look to your own home markets, create a plan, incentivize, subsidize, create the market, the home market that can drive the installation, but also the manufacturing of these technologies. All is not lost in any country. China obviously dominates in most of the technologies, but many countries do still have a leadership position. In Europe, it's transformers, it's on the grid side, cables, it's on heat pumps. So there's a range of different technologies where they can continue and even develop and become a leader in the world. Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Africa can also become manufacturing hubs if incentivized in the right way. I don't think the defensive measures are the way to do it. High tariffs and blockades of imports. There's a much better way, which is develop strong home markets. Thanks.
Alicia, it's a difficult question for policymakers as well. How would you look at low-hanging fruits? Because I feel, and I must re-emphasize, we should not waste a crisis. And from where I sit, I see openness on all countries to embrace solar and electrification. But when you say, okay, can you move from 0.3% to 1% in next 1 year? That answer I'm not finding very clearly. Now that you have a very clear window, how do you see using this momentum on that?
Yes, thank you. I think it's on different angles. So the first is from a European Union perspective that we really need to put the ground for more union of the energy market. So that's where the grids package come in, where we really need more interconnections. We need some fast permitting. So there are a number of measures that governments and policymakers need to take to accelerate action. That's our homework. The second part is about industrial policy, super important, and that's where we need also to equip our industry, our entrepreneur with the right tools, because indeed, and just to be honest, the situation is not the same in all our member states. Those member states invested more in renewables, in clean power generation domestically, were much better placed in facing the crisis compared to the others. So also, you know, in a way they give the example of the fact that where industry is investing more in clean energy, it pays back, it's cost competitive. And this is where we need to show that there is a business case and that it's convenient. We are not just gonna do it for climate and environment, which we have to do, but it's also because it helps to be competitive. And from this point of view, there are a number of measures that we are taking in terms of diversification of imports to make more resilient supply chains, for example, or having international partnerships to attract investments, to have foreign investments coming to Europe. So we have really to populate the whole Europe with instruments and tools for companies to be able to scale up, because as you say, they are there and they are ready to go for it. But there are certain barriers that need to be faced, and that's also the role of policymakers. So that's my not easy and simple reply. But maybe on low-hanging fruit, I mean, there is a lot happening in many countries. For example, heat pumps. They are there, the use is just increasing, so it's a low-hanging fruit. Electric vehicles. On industry, it's a bit more complicated when we talk about decarbonization of industry. When it's about low, medium temperatures, it's happening. It's just, again, and it's back to my point before, not always visible. So maybe some people are doing it, but people don't know that it's happening, and so it's difficult to attract further investment. So that's where we need to work in the next 6 months.
Thank you very much for that very honest and clear, if you may allow me, in addition to electric vehicles and heat pumps, we feel digitization for greater integration of distributed renewable energy will also go a long way. This conversation can really go a long time, but we are really running fast. So a big thanks to Alicia and Douglas. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Bruce. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. It was a very interesting conversation. I think that next item on the agenda is a photo group, if I'm not mistaken. Then, well, deserved coffee break. We exceeded already time limit, so we need to make it, I think, shorter, and then we will resume our meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. We will have two colleagues innovate a little bit for the group photograph. We request all colleagues who are seated behind the flag of North Macedonia on my right and behind the flag of France to my left to join at the head table. We'll arrange for the photographs to be clicked from the front. So all colleagues behind the flag of North Macedonia can come join the head table. Behind the flag of the French Republic may come join the head table. We request all other colleagues to remain seated, please.
Fifteen minutes coffee break and then reassemble at 11:15. Thank you very much.
Test. Test son, test son. Okay, works. Sans test, sans test, sans test, sans test. Tu m'entends, Théo?
Hello, do you hear me now? Gillian speaking.
Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, please settle down. We'll be beginning shortly.
Well, thank you all. We can now start the new item in the agenda, the CEO caucus on building diversified and resilient solar value chains, Europe and ISA perspectives. Solar has become central to the global clean energy transition, but its value chains remain exposed to concentration risks, trade disruptions, financial constraints, and limited industrial coordination. The CEO caucus provides a platform to discuss how Europe, India, leaders, and ISA member countries can work together to build the trusted, competitive, circular, and geographically diversified solar manufacturing ecosystems. I invite participants to share practical perspectives, ideas on industrial partnerships, circularity, financing, technology transfers to strengthen resilient solar value chain. I am pleased now to give the floor to Dr. Gurleen Kaur of the ISA Secretariat to run the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to Brussels once again. I'm Dr. Gurleen Kaur, and I lead ISA's Technology Roadmap Policy Pillar, and I would be your MC for today's discussion. So this morning's high-level strategic roundtable, as mentioned by the Chair as well, focuses on a critical pillar of global energy transition. How do we build resilient, trusted, diversified, and future-ready solar value chains? So recent geopolitical developments have reminded us that energy security and industrial resilience are increasingly interconnected. As we welcome the electrification target to raise the share of energy demand from electricity from 20% to 35% by 2035, by the COP presidency, the ability to access technologies, equipment, skilled workforce, finance, and sustainable manufacturing ecosystems have also become a very, very strategic priority right now. So this roundtable will bring a unique combination of policymakers, industry leaders who are sitting amongst us, research organizations, and very international partners to explore how Europe and ISA member countries can collaborate to shape the next phase of global solar industrial development. So we are particularly grateful for all our distinguished speakers, guests, and participants for joining today. So to set the discussion in motion, I would like to invite Director General ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, to please share his opening remarks for the session. Mr. Khanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gurleen. Excellencies, industry leaders, colleagues, and partners. Solar energy is no longer an alternative. It's the backbone of the global energy transition. We all have seen that how almost more than 3 terawatts worldwide has been installed. And yet the deeper question before us today is not how fast we deploy solar, but also how securely we build it. Because today, while demand for solar is global, manufacturing is not. The concentration of critical stages of the photovoltaic value chain, from polysilicon to wafer, cell, equipment, and specifically materials, including going beyond the solar PV to now looking at inverters and cybersecurity, exposes Europe and entire global south to structural vulnerabilities. Price shocks, logistics disruptions, trade barriers, or geopolitical tensions can immediately slow deployment in very countries that need solar the most. For many developing countries, solar is not just climate policy, it is energy access, it is economic resilience, it is development and economic sovereignty. And therefore, supply chain diversification is not a protectionist agenda. It is a development imperative. At the International Solar Alliance, we see diversification not as fragmentation, but as a distributed strength. We envision a future where solar manufacturing ecosystems are more geographically balanced, technologically collaborative, and economically inclusive. A future where emerging economies are not only markets for solar deployment, but competitive hubs for manufacturing, innovation, and value addition. A future where Europe's technology depth, engineering excellence, and capital equipments can partner with the scale, demand, and industrial ambition of the global south. But diversification will not happen organically. It requires 3 strategic shifts. First, moving from a transactional trade to long-term industrial ecosystem partnerships, including joint manufacturing, co-development, and shared innovation platforms. Second, and this is where ISA's role is very important, aligning standards, certification, and quality frameworks so that diversified manufacturing is globally trusted and globally bankable. And third, de-risking upstream investments through coordinated policy signals, blended finance and innovative financing mechanisms, and institutional collaboration. This is where ISA's role becomes critical. ISA is uniquely positioned as a bridge between governments and industry, between technology leaders and emerging markets, between ambition and implementation. Today's discussion is therefore extremely important, so I warmly invite each of you to participate wholeheartedly in this session. Please speak candidly, challenge ourselves, challenge ISA, challenge assumptions, but please do offer solutions, identify the structural platforms and changes that are required. Let us use this platform not just to exchange views, but to shape the next phase of the solar manufacturing ecosystem, and ISA stands ready to convene, catalyze, and coordinate that transformation. Thank you very much. Back to you, Gurleen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna, for anchoring today's context and reminding us that robust international cooperation and aligned industrial frameworks are very, very vital to sustaining global solar momentum that we are all talking about today. So moving forward, I'm delighted to invite our next esteemed speaker to provide special remarks. So please welcome Mr. Jean-François Gagné, Head of Clean Energy Ministerial. Jean, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gurleen. Thank you very much, DG Khanna, for the kind invitation for the Clean Energy Ministerial to be here today. For those who may not know, the Clean Energy Ministerial is a voluntary platform, so we're not a treaty-based organization, but we do have membership of over 29 countries who represent more than 90% of global energy investments and bring together stakeholders from both the global north and the global south. And really what we do is we help these countries find ways to collaborate in terms of taking down barriers to the clean energy transition. We do that through a double approach, which is top-down and bottom-up, where we have every year a ministerial meeting in different regions of the world to be able to bring stakeholders and give the highest political impetus to the transition. But throughout the year, we also manage 25 working groups that basically address issues spanning the clean energy spectrum, whether it's on the supply side, solar, geothermal, bioenergy, nuclear, but also on the demand side, transport, in heavy industry, as well as the connecting aspect, whether it's on infrastructure, but also socioeconomic aspects like skills, like inclusivity, like long-term planning. And so basically over the past few years, we've been looking at how we help bring energy ministers together to find ways to address barriers to clean energy investment in the power sector. And we basically come up with 40 different actions that our members are taking under 6 different pillars. One is on planning and regulations, making sure that we have the long-term planning in the regulatory framework to support that. The second one is making sure that infrastructure is flexible and also what we can do in terms of expanding, modernizing, and digitalizing grids. Then we also look at the demand sectors. We've heard about the Electrify Now aspect. We've been working on the different demand aspects for a long time. We look at also the people aspects, skills, inclusivity, but also very importantly, we address supply chains. And on that, we've been really looking at doing a lot more work into that more recently. And again, our view from there is the holistical approach. We heard this morning about, the transition transcends more than one. It's not just energy minister, you need infrastructure minister, you need industrial ministers, you need finance ministers to all have a common vision. So be able to think holistically in terms of the planning of that aspect. Making sure regulators are here and basically are able to provide the regulatory tools to ensure supply chain resilience. That right now, in terms of what you can stock in terms of different components is rate-based, and you need to basically look at how regulatory frameworks can help in that respect. And not to forget that the people are a major part of that supply chain, and make sure that we have the skills and the workforce in that area. So we've been collaborating with ISA, other stakeholders. I see IRENA, UNIDO, World Bank here to address some of these issues. We've released a few reports on cost modeling for supply chains in terms of how to do that, but also how collaboration actually can help advance this. So for this, really looking forward to today's discussion, really hear the call for that collaboration. That collaboration has multiple dimensions. It is government to government. It's making sure that internationally we can create those partnerships that will provide sustainable and reliable supply chains. But it's also government and industry, making sure that there is an opportunity for sustainable economic development in terms of the setting up of these supply chains. And it is also making collaboration with local stakeholders, making sure that these supply chains provide as much domestic value as possible. So really hoping to hear from this, really hope that we can continue that discussion when we go to Riyadh from October 11 to 13 to our ministerial, and hope to see many of you there to continue that discussion then. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JF, for those insightful remarks and for the continued collaboration between SEM and ISA on various initiatives that we have been working on. So, ladies and gentlemen, a key milestone of today's gathering is the launch of an important knowledge resource that advances our shared vision of sustainability and circularity in the clean energy transition. It is my privilege to announce that we are about to launch our first knowledge product under the Sunrise platform by ISA, which is Battery Recycling Guidelines for ISA member countries, advancing circular battery value chains. This report has been developed through extensive consultations with 123 stakeholders from 24 plus countries. These guidelines provide a practical framework to support ISA member countries in strengthening battery recycling ecosystems, fostering international collaboration, and promoting sustainable battery lifecycle management. As battery deployment accelerates worldwide, circularity will be essential to ensuring that today's clean energy solutions do not become tomorrow's waste challenges. Through this publication, ISA reaffirms its commitment to helping countries transform end-of-life batteries into valuable resources and build resilient circular value chains. With that, I invite our distinguished dignitaries to officially launch the report. Mr. Khanna, DG ISA, Mr. Gagne, Head CEM, Chair of RCM Europe, Italy, Mr. Perzola, and Professor Jan Marius Peters, Honorary Advisor to ISA's Program on Solar PV and Battery Waste Management and Sunrise, to please be part of the official launch. Thank you.